Selamat datang di Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. Berikut adalah safety induction atau prosedur keselamatan di dalam lingkungan kampus Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. Universitas Prasetiya Mulya dilengkapi oleh alat proteksi kebakaran, antara lain fire alarm, smoke detector, sprinkler, fire
Cek kurang untuk kansi ya.
Gini aja tuh. Belum mulai nih. Belum ada suara sih.
Oh iya, masih 9 orang.
Iya kan?
Recording in progress.
Prasetiya as today's MC, and I will be guiding you throughout today's event. Innoscape. Here with us today, we have research scientists, engineers, tech creators, academics, entrepreneurs, business professionals, and others interested in the grand theme of innovation. Creators in the tech industry are turning their fantasies into reality as discussions about the fourth industrial revolution gain momentum across the globe. We are now collectively recognizing that the wind of change brought about by technology is beginning to blow through the many facets of business and reshape our society at an unprecedented rate in the spirit of collaboration and networking. We can see how new companies embracing technology are reviving the look of the urban economy as well as the global economy and having immediate effects on society. Their emergence has started to change the way business is done by reorganizing the actors, rules, and standards of the status quo. Technology and business innovation working together has become the norm rather than the exception. Innovation is no longer pursued by a small number of businesses in today's world. Instead, it has taken on a landscape, hence the name Innoscape. The conference and exhibition on business, applied science, and technology, Innoscape 2023, is the confluence of tech innovators, innovation-driven businesses, entrepreneurs, researchers, and academics whose imaginations have expanded into the creation of new businesses through scientific and technological advancements. It acts as a forum for debate and networking to inspire partnerships, leading to more innovations. The main focus will be on how these can improve societal well-being and economic growth. This forum is crucial to a conversation that will reinforce how applied science, technology, and innovation dominate business narratives in the future. For today's series of events, we will have an opening speech and keynote speeches, followed by a 15-minute coffee break, keynote panel discussions, lunch, poster exhibition, a parallel track session, as well as closing speeches. And at the end of the day, we will be announcing the winner for the best presenter and poster. Before we begin, let's first watch a safety induction clip.
Selamat datang di Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. Berikut adalah safety induction atau prosedur keselamatan di dalam lingkungan kampus Universitas Prasetiya Mulya. Universitas Prasetiya Mulya dilengkapi oleh alat proteksi kebakaran, antara lain fire alarm, smoke detector, sprinkler, fire hydrant, and assembly point. Saat terjadi gempa bumi, harap tenang, jangan panik, lakukan metode drop, cover, and hold on. Saat terjadi kebakaran, apabila terdengar suara alarm kebakaran, jangan panik, tetap tenang, hentikan seluruh aktivitas Anda, dan dengarkan arahan dari petugas gedung. Apabila telah diperintahkan untuk melakukan evakuasi, Lakukan evakuasi dengan meninggalkan ruangan melalui pintu terdekat. Kemudian, keluarlah melalui tangga utama atau tangga darurat gedung. Keluarlah secara teratur dan ikuti arahan petugas untuk selanjutnya berkumpul di titik kumpul yang berada di area ruang terbuka. Setelah berada di titik kumpul, Anda dan rekan Anda harus tetap berada di titik kumpul sampai ada arahan selanjutnya dari petugas. Demikian prosedur keselamatan ini kami sampaikan. Selamat melanjutkan aktivitas Anda kembali.
As a form of respect to our country, let us now stand up and sing the Indonesia Raya. You may be seated. Now let us begin and let us welcome Vice Rector 3 of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya, Dr. Franky Supriyadi, to give us an opening speech.
I would like to welcome Bapak Dr. Aluduhong, Ministers of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Also, I would like to welcome Professor Juliana Sutanto from Monash University. Good afternoon, probably, for Professor Juliana. We are in at this moment. And also for Pak Dedi Adinugroho from Coca-Cola Indonesia, Ibu Maya Tamimi from Unilever Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, academics, practitioners, good morning and welcome to Prasetiya Mulya, especially in this campus in BSD. I hope you stay all healthy and well, and we can continue our conference here and sharing the knowledge that we would like to have together today. Innoscape the conference and exhibitions on business, applied science, and technology. This year, we conducted in hybrid. Of course, we would like to continue wearing the mask as a part of the protocols, but also this hybrid uh, conference will facilitate everybody who come from far away without adding more to carbon footprint. So we would like to mobilize more people to put together, working together, and thinking together about the sustainability as a part of our topic today. So the Innoscape 2023 will facilitate how those academics, governments, industry, with all the innovations, to come together to talk about the using technology and using a good practice of economics and social practices to continue the developments of our world. So we have that this international conference will push the collaborations locally and globally for all the academics, the practitioners, those in government who will take the decisions to provide the policy and society in generals, that we will take action for the sustainability developments. This is the topic that what we have as our primary topics, the primary things that we would like to think about in the university, as well as those people who concern about the, not only about the environment, but also how the economics and the social type of things. Therefore, we have several types of topics. There's several things that we are talking about: the circular economy and waste management. This is something that we have to think about, how we move from linear economy to the circular economy, where we do some recycling, we share with others, and also we renew things. We're also talking about the decarbonizations and carbon tax. How the relevancy of the policy that will mitigate the climate change, decarbonizations, and carbon tax policy will change the trend of business in a global and also in the way we do business in general. Some topic also will talk about the smart tech, smart technology for eudaimic, eudaimonic tourisms, which is a very different with hedonistic tourisms. We would like to have a tourism that develops, that continue the developments of sustainability tourisms for us as well. And also, we're talking about the data science for risk reductions. This technology, the digital technology, it also helps to respond in any of and mitigates of the risk that we are going to deal with. So again, the sustainability, it's not just about our concern about environment, but also include all the aspects of our life. So I encourage all of you to talk, to discuss, to have a dialogue to develop a networking. So later on, after this conference, we will have a better way of dealing with those issues that we have to prepare now and provide a better life for Indonesia and for the humanity. I wish you good luck and provide any real actions later on after the conference. Again, thank you very much for attending this conference, and I'll support all the things that we would like to have a great and fruitful conference. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Frankie Supriyadi, for the wonderful opening speech. Next, we'll have a keynote speech from Dr. Alu Dohong as Deputy Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome.
Tes? Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu. Honorables, Dr. Frankie as a Vice Rector of University of Prasetiya, Mulya, and Dean of the Faculty, honorables, speakers, keynote speaker, invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants of this conference. First of all, let praise to the Almighty God, to whom we ask help and blessing, and upon His grace, so we can attend this, the second Innoscape International Conference and Exhibition on Business, Applied Science and Technology. I also would like to express my sincere appreciation to Prasetiya Mulya University for organizing this important conference. I know this conference is very relevant to follow up the momentum of global climate change discussion at the COP Conference of Parties of UNFCCC 27th that held in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt last year, especially in November. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the increase of greenhouse gases concentration in the atmosphere due to anthropogenic activities has caused global warming and also has created adverse impacts to climate change, which is experienced to be greater compared to normal and natural condition. Scientific studies show that adverse effects of climate change can be slowed down by keeping the global temperature rise not more than 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial epoch. Through the Paris Agreement, which agreed in 2015, the parties agreed that to avoid the adverse effects of climate change, the rate of greenhouse gas emission must be reduced as low as possible and reach net zero emission in the second half of this my 20th century. The government of Indonesia has ratified this Paris Agreement through Law number 16, 2016, and has submitted, we call it nationally determined contribution document to UNFCCC. And even recently, in last September, we submitted again, we call it enhanced NDC, where we increase our commitment to reduce GHG emission up to 31.89% with our own effort and become 43.20% with international assistance or international support compared to business as usual in 2023. In terms of climate change adaptation, Indonesia also committed to reach three components of the climate's resilience, namely economic resilience, social and livelihood resilience, and ecosystem and landscape resilience. This is, ladies and gentlemen, to implement NDC at the national level, Indonesia also developed the long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050, or we call it LTS-RCCR, as a guide for implementing climate change mitigation and adaptation action to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Through the LTS-RCCR document, Indonesia envisioned to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. The targets of Indonesia's national climate commitment will be achieved through mitigation and adaptation action from 5 principal sectors. First is forestry and land uses. Second, from energy sector. Third, from agriculture. Fourth, from industrial product and product uses. And the last one, from waste. In the document of LTS-LCCR 2050, Indonesia decided to use scenario of LCCP, low carbon compatible to Paris Agreement, which is considered as the most ambitious yet realistic for Indonesia to comply with global climate change commitment. Based on this target scenario, forestry and other land user sector, recently we announced, we call it forest and land use net sink by 2030, which, as we know in our NDC, this forestry and land use sector is contributed or contribute around 60% of our NDC target. So if I talk about 32.89% of NDC target, it's mean that we have to reduce around or more than 826 million tons CO2 equivalent by 2030. If I talk about 43% of our NDC target with international assistance, we talk about more than 1 billion tons CO2 equivalent that we have to reduce by 2030. So keep that figures in the numbers. 1 billion CO2 equivalents is around 4 times bigger than UK target. So Indonesia as a developing country actually contribute a lot in order to address these global climate change issues. Following this high ambition and strong commitment, Indonesia developed and prepare means of implementation to conduct its climate action. Indonesia developed strategies to prepare and manage resources and support, including financial resources, capacity building, as well as technology transfer. So if we have this high ambition for reducing emission, of course we need resources to do it. We need financial resources, we need human resources, we need technology resources. I just want to give you a global picture. In order to achieve our NDC target of 32.89% with our own effort, we require nearly 4,000 trillion rupee. You can imagine our national budget annually is a bit more than 2,000 trillion rupee, right? And the most expensive actually to do this emission reduction actually from the energy sectors. So around 3,000 trillion rupee actually we need. That's to reduce 30% of our NDC from energy sectors. Why it's very expensive in the energy sectors? Because there's high technology. We have, many kind of strategy to do it. And we are still under infancy of green technology. We still rely very much on the developed countries about our green technology. Even though we have numerous, green and renewable energy resources, we have all of this kind of, renewable and resources like wind, hydro, geothermal, other, you name it. We have all in Indonesia, but we need to substantial investment, also technology to extract them, right? So resources is very important to do it, including technology, including human resources. Because of these very substantial resources needed, therefore, international collaboration is a must. We do hope from developed countries, from the G7 countries, for example, help us out to achieve our NDCs. Not just pushing us to achieve our target by our own resources. So I do hope the university like Prasetiya University also can convince this to the global. Because this climate change is a global asset, global responsibility, not solely, for example, Indonesia's responsibility. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Paris Agreement has been one important milestone of the international climate arrangements. With Paris Agreement, several new arrangements have been agreed and entered into force. Indonesia's efforts to address climate change have entered a critical new phase, where countries are implementing Paris Agreement to tackle climate change at national level. The result of climate action from individual countries will be collected and aggregated and subject to be assessed and evaluated periodically. According to Article 14 of the Paris Agreement, Conference of the Parties, serving as a meeting of the parties to this agreement, shall periodically take stock of the implementation of this agreement to assess collective progress toward achieving the purpose of this agreement and its long-term goals. This process is then referred as the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, or GST. Within the cycle of the ambition of the Paris Agreement, it is agreed that first global stocktake will be carried out in 2023. That's mean this year, in this next COP of the UNFCCC. Another new agreement feature under the Paris Agreement is the recognition of non-party stakeholder participation in climate action. So I need to stress again here, to address climate change issues, in particular in Indonesia, is not the solely responsible of the government, but the responsible of all of us. So government, private sector, communities, other non-state actors, including students in particular. Yeah. So non-party stakeholder participation in climate change is very strategic in order to achieve our climate action toward the achievement of the target is not subject to responsibility or the commitment of the parties, as I said earlier, but also call for contribution of the non-party, non-governmental stakeholders. According to decision number 1, Conference of Party 21 of the UNFCCC, the effort of all non-party stakeholders are welcome to address and respond to the climate change, including those of civil society, private sectors, financial institutions, cities, the subnational authorities. In common term, we always call it pentahelic approach. Yeah. This decision also invite the non-party stakeholder referred before to scale up their effort and support action to reduce emission or to build resilient and a decrease vulnerability to the adverse effect of the climate change, and demonstrate these efforts via the non-state actor zone for climate action platform. This statement underlines the important roles of diverse stakeholders to engage and to collaborate both nationally and globally with higher ambition and accelerated actions. The Paris Agreement's key goals of holding global average temperature rise to as close as possible to 1.5 degrees Celsius will not be well accomplished. Paris Agreement has brought a strong signal of new era of global climate collaboration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear that strong mobilization on innovative climate collaboration encourages under the Paris Agreement regime. A faster and higher ambition become priority of countries in pursuing their committed climate target. However, we are not only talking about number or quantity. We are not only talking about the velocity of our steps as stipulated in our NDC and long-term strategy. Beyond that, we are need to manage the inclusivity and meaningful participation of all stakeholders, while we are also maintaining the national context and national circumstances in dynamic global collaboration. In response to the UNFCCC guidance on enhanced transparency framework, we have to track the progress on climate actions and support to monitor the implementation of our NDC and also the effectiveness of global collaboration contribution toward the target achievement. Global collaboration need to be mobilized and managed in an effective and efficient manner so that their contribution complies with the principle of the climate transparency framework, namely transparency, accuracy, completeness, comparability, consistency, or we call it TACCC or TACCC principles. Moreover, to maintain the compatibility of global collaboration, we mobilize with the needs and position of our national circumstances. Any collaboration would have to fulfill the three basic principles that I always confirm this in every meeting that I have with, international partners or ambassadors or ministers from overseas. There is a three basic principle: mutual respect, mutual trust, and mutual benefit. That the principle we have to keep in our mind. Because sometimes we respect others, but they try to take a benefit out of us. That sometimes often happen. We trust them, but in the other side, they try to build distrust with us. Something like that. So keep that in mind in the basic three principle. Yeah? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this important event, please allow me to talk at glance about the roles of youth in climate action. So if I talk about youth, that means including all this kind of young student, yeah, female and male students. You are the youth categorized, So very important to see the role of youth in climate action. As youth, also as I said earlier, categorized as non-party stakeholders. Youth play an important roles on the climate change and climate global collaboration. The rules refer to the Paris Agreement targets applied by implementing holistic and integral policies in maintaining and enhancing national resilience, which requires an intersectoral and multidisciplinary approach across generations. Less than 10 years starting from now, so in 7 years from now toward 2030, the youth generation will become a decision maker. So all of you, these young students, you have become a decision makers in 2030 or in Indonesian goal era in 2045. So you have become leaders. You have become, maybe state leaders, ministers, or university rectors, or business leaders. We are all become a retirement or retired person, right? We just watch you to take over all these kind of roles in the future, including tackling climate change. Yeah. So that's very important because you have become the new leaders. In 2030, Indonesia should reach emission reduction target, as I mentioned earlier, about 31.89% or let's say 32%, right? As stated in our NDC document. The youth become the actors to develop and implement a more ambitious climate change policy. So I need to stress again here, there is a transformational in climate policy. Actually, we have to move out from command and control regime to the voluntary regime in the futures. So a country, if we call them as a developed country, actually we can see from the environmental policy. If you still rely heavily on command and control, that means still developing countries. Because you all every need to be regulated and you can obey if there is a regulation put in place. But in voluntary regime, all based on the voluntary, based on the integrity, based on heart to implement it. We not necessary to put any regulation, but we obey it, but we do it. That's very important. So I do hope this young generation, please do not ask so many regulation. Yeah. Ask government to produce regulation and then we can follow it. But do it voluntarily. Yeah. Do the climate change action by voluntary. Not because of we have NDC, for example. Not because we have a action on it. But these are our needs. That's very important for the future. So that as a young generation, we have to move toward that voluntary regime rather than just keeping this command and control regime. I do hope that my what we call it, my hoping, for the young generation in the futures. Also, I would like also to reiterate and remind the Indonesian youth that values of NKRI. Everyone knows about NKRI, right? Tuan Republik Indonesia as the top priority. We don't want, we do a climate action, both mitigation and adaptation action, because we forced by other external forces. We do it because that our needs for the NKRI, yeah, for the better of our country, for the better of our futures, especially for the next generation or youth generation. So that for this reason, I encourage the youth and the student participating in this conference to actively engage and at the same time make issues of climate change and environment as an important concern across generation. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to reiterate the climate change is a science-based issue, which are links with policy and also practices, ranging from global to the local or even site levels. As a consequences, climate change become a cross-cutting and multidisciplinary issues, which bring a lot of complexities. So we cannot address climate change by single topic or single science, but these are multidisciplinary manners. Therefore, collaboration is must with the respective of climate change and global strategic issues. Those global collaboration need to be mobilized and fostered immediately. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and yield ideas of collaboration through this international conference. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aludohong, for the remarkable speech. Next, Professor Juliana Sutanto from Monash University, Australia, will deliver our second keynote speech online through Zoom.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not. So I have prepared presentations for 30 minutes, but because of the delay, I may have to shorten my presentations. So apology for this. Let me share my slides first. Can you see? Can you see? Can you see my slides? Okay, so I assume that you can see my slides. Yeah, so the theme of this conference is mobilizing global collaborations to deliver climate changes actions. My name is Juliana. I'm currently situated in Monash University, so I just moved to Monash University in Australia last month. My field is information systems, and in Monash, I'm situated in the faculty of IT, and I'm leading the group called Digital Equity and Digital Transformation. So I was asked to provide my opinions on the tracks of this conference, and I'm going to go through these tracks except for one, tourism. So the first is circular economy and waste management. Now, there are 6 elements of circular economy. It starts from the circle in the middle. So we have the material flow, which consists of recycling the materials, use and collections, and also use of recycled materials in the design and manufacture of products. And then on the outer circle, we have the market development. Basically, there has to be a market of reuse materials. The consumers has to adopt a zero waste culture, so basically use and reuse culture. And lastly, there has to be consistent governance. So there has to be consistent policy that serve as the foundations of the circular economy. If we look at the technology side, so in terms of digital technology, there are a number of capabilities driven by digital technologies to achieve circular economy, such as big data, sensors, Internet of Things, digital marketing, AI, and blockchain. But in my opinion, all these technologies may not be able to achieve their purpose if, first of all, there is no consistent governance, and secondly, if there's no market in terms of this use and reuse, or market in terms of the reuse of the design of the material. And the second topic is on decarbonization and carbon tax. So on the left side, there's this effective carbon rate, and we have emission permit price, carbon tax, and fuel tax. On the right side is a chart about the carbon's pricing, about these the GHG emissions in Indonesia. And as you can see from the charts, there's still a lot to catch up in Indonesia, because the net effective carbon rate in Indonesia, based from the charts, is either zero or negative across all the sectors, from road transports to buildings and electricity. So there are still a lot of homeworks for Indonesia in this direction. And the third topic is on food security and resilience of food. So in terms of food security and resilience of food, there are several elements here to ensure this. The first is reductions of the demand. So reduce food waste from farm to consumers is one of them. The second is to fill the production shortfall. And this is very crucial, especially Indonesia is prone of natural disasters that may affect the productions of the food. And then the third is to avoid losses from the current production level. So this is, for example, how the productions, the food productions should adapt to unaffordable climate change. And there are a number of promising technologies that can realize all these 3 dimensions of food security and resilience of food. However, then it comes back into the national food and the household food, whether there is availability at the national level, or whether there's an access at the household level, and both have to be there in order to achieve food security and the resilience of food. Now, in terms of the data science for disaster risk reduction, as you can see from this figure, data is only one element of it. We cannot look at data as a single entity for disaster risk reduction. Data itself is not able to improve community resilience. There are other elements there, for example, the infrastructures, the social systems, and then the rules and regulations as well. who make decision, what's the institutional policy, etc. So definitely this is multidisciplinary research in order to reduce the disaster risk and improve community resilience. In terms of sustainable design for inclusive business, I mean, if we reflect on the word inclusiveness, at the end of the day, the businesses have to think about or have to answer these two questions: inclusiveness of whom and inclusiveness in what. For example, in Europe, the sustainable design, there is already a guidelines for sustainable designs for website. It has to be inclusive for disabled people. And that means that blind people should be able to use audio to listen to the content of the website. So then coming back to the two questions, inclusiveness of whom, inclusiveness in what, I will leave you to these two questions. So in the end, the thing is that how we can mobilize global collaborations to deliver climate change actions. Going through these tracks, the topics of the tracks, and then preparing for these presentations, and when you listen to me, you may feel like, oh, this is just random topics that because it's a conference track, I just put them together. But if you step back from it, and it's also mentioned before, there is this annual conference, climate change conference, United Nations Climate Change Conference. And in this conference, there are a lot of the global leaders and participants. They come together in order to make a difference to the climate. And all these topics of the conference tracks are relevant in terms of how to make a difference. The issue is that these annual gatherings itself actually consume a lot of resources. If we talk about carbon tax, for example, then one may ask the questions, for example, all these leaders, they came using airplanes, private airplanes, for example, doesn't that also emit carbon? So what is actually this conference? What's the result of this conference? What's the actual result of this conference? It has to be beyond agreement. In every conference, there will be agreements. At the end of the day, what's the outcome of these agreements? What's the real outcomes of these agreements? So to conclude my presentations, there are certain key aspects for real climate changes actions. We have the people come together, for example, in that particular conference. We have the science and technology development. There's an advancement in science and technology that can be used to make a difference to our world. There is the process that we can re-engineer to make it better for the environment. And on top of that, there is policy that has to be consistent, and it has to be the one that tie together the people, the science and tech, and the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Juliana Sutanto. Meanwhile, in the next 15 minutes, we'll be having a coffee break, followed by a keynote panel discussion after. Thank you, and please enjoy. To everyone, we're going to have a photo session together. for a keynote panel discussion on industrial sustainability. For our keynote panel discussion, we invite PT Unilever Indonesia and PT Coca-Cola Indonesia to get on stage and have a 25-minute presentation each. After that, there will be a Q&A session both offline and online. Thank you. Okay, to PT Unilever Indonesia and PT Coca-Cola Indonesia, we invite you on floor.
Hello. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for the committee to invite Unilever and give us the opportunity to share about our program in sustainability. Is it already on? Okay, sorry because I couldn't see. Okay, so my name is Maya Tamimi, Head of Sustainable Environment in Unilever, and I'm going to share you what we are doing in Unilever, especially on the sustainability, and later I will also share about our initiatives around the one of the also topic is hot issue in Indonesia is about plastic. Okay, so the first this is about our vision. This is Unilever globally. We have a vision to be a global leader in sustainable business, and we will demonstrate how our purpose-led future-fit business model drives superior performance, consistently delivering financial results in the top third of our industry. This is showing that our vision, we are want to do our business sustainability, but we also want to make sure that what we are doing also give the economic impact. And our purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace. So sustainability is really in the heart of our business. We want to make it commonplace, meaning that the issue of sustainability shouldn't only owned by the activists or shouldn't be owned only by the governments or only a particular organization, but it should be the business for everyone. Yeah, because we only have one Earth, which is we only have one planet, which is the planet Earth. And to support our purpose, we believe that our brand has to have a purpose. So because brand with purpose will grow, and companies with purpose will last, and people with purpose will thrive. Next is we're talking about our strategic action. So we have the vision, we have the purpose, and we have to make sure that it is implemented all over our business. This is our strategic actions. It is categorized in three big pillars. First, talking about improve the health of the planets, and the second one talking about improve the people health, confidence, and well-being, and the third one is contribute to a fairer, more socially inclusive world. So these three big strategic actions also supported with mini strategic action uh, from the climate change, protect and regenerate natures, and also creating a waste-free world, and then positive nutrition, health and well-being, and then equity, diversity, and inclusion, raise living standard, and future of work. Of course, this is supported by our respect to and our responsible business fundamental. So this is our strategic and actions, and this is owned by everybody in the Unilever, from our colleagues in the operationals up to the C level or CEO levels. The next, I would like to just go directly on how is it examples about how do we do it. A brand with purpose will grow. Most of our brands, they have their own purpose, and then this is an example of what we are doing with our brand Rinso. Rinso, we have the purpose that for good, berani kotor itu baik. Yeah, tagline that tagline was on quite a lot of discussion about the tagline, because is it really true that that is good? But anyway, we are doing we have it that tagline, and then since 2 years ago, Rinso not only talking about the functionality of the our product in cleaning, but we also talking about the dream for an opportunity for children to grow. And then last 2 years, we also talking about how we can take care about our environment, because uh, children needs place to play, and the environment is also their place to play, and how we can make sure that it is not polluted by all the waste or the plastic waste. On the campaign, we also not only talking about um, the the commercial itself, but we also do engage our consumer to be participate in segregating their waste and bring it to the recycling stream. We collaborate with Antar Aja. It is a courier company that facilitate any consumer that want to segregate their waste. We can facilitate and then bring it to the recycling center. And this is already been conducted since last year. Yeah, around 84 tons of plastic was collected through this initiative. There's only one example. But on the other side, the Rinso itself, the packaging of Rinso is already using recycled plastic, and with a special technology, it also can be recycled. The next one is example, not talking about plastic, but talking about the regenerative agriculture. This is the mission that was also bring by our brand Bango. Bango have a very concern on how we can source our raw materials from coconut sugars, and also the next soybean. And we have a program to ensure that the farmers can do the farming sustainably. We have what we call the Unilever Sustainable Agriculture Code, which is give the guidance for the farmers to plant in a more sustainable way, and then also how to produce their own organic fertilizer, and many others. And for the coconut sugar, we also help the farmers to regenerate the trees because some of the trees already very, very old. So we have a collaboration with the university and also Balai Palma in North Sulawesi to help creating producing more tree, a very good quality to give to the farmers so the farmers can plant it in their area and then later on be harvested. And then the next one is talking about people. We also concerned about people because we can talk about sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, we are not only talking about the environment, but we have to make sure that the people itself has also been considered. The Pak Wamen, the Prime Minister before saying about the and also the speaker before this also talking about inclusivity. So we have a program also to ensure that, that we are creating a more socially and inclusive world. This is one example that we have. This is only one with from many initiatives that we have talking about women. Woman in engineering. Sorry, I forgot the ini. Sorry. Women in Engineering Leadership Fellowship. So this is our way to facilitate the women engineers. Also, don't hesitate to apply and become our team because we also give them space and opportunity to grow. Most of the engineers, mostly like the male, but we are also welcome for the female to become this. So we have the like coaching program for the women engineers, so they can have a better understanding about how we are doing in Unilever and also does not hesitate to also apply to become our employee. That's on the people. On the corporate, there are so many things that we are doing, but because of the time, maybe I will just focus on some. Second, this is our program that also looking at the inclusiveness. We have a pesantren empowerment program because we know in pesantren there are so many students living there. Sometimes can reach up to 3,000 students. So they have a lot of touching point that we can actually support for how they maintain their hygiene, how they maintain their environment, and how they maintain their nutrition. So our program really looking at all those aspects in the life of a santri or the students. And then the last program, this is going to be the last one, but it's going to quite deep, talking about our approach for plastic, or rethinking plastic. We started the program from the design because we know plastic is now plastic is still a material that is very good for us to contain our product. So when the consumer receive it, it will be in a very good quality. But we all know that we also don't want the plastic littering to the environment. So we have to do something, and we started from the design. The design, we have a commitment that we are going to reducing the use of virgin plastic. Why? Because we understand that it is better for us to promote the recycled plastic to be used again in the packaging. The second one is increasing recyclability. We want to make sure that the plastic that we can use, that we use, can be recyclable. So it's going to be, like I said, for circular economy. And we also support the collect and process, especially in Indonesia, where the waste management system still have a gap to the ideal situation. So we also work there. And then last but not least, but I think I already said, is about stepping up our use of PCR. Next is about example, what we are doing. This is our innovation in the packaging, less plastic. We redesigned the packaging to use only an effective amount of plastic and also better plastic that can be recyclable. This is all our product that can be recyclable already. And also the one that using recycled plastic. The last but not least is our effort for selling our product without a packaging or no plastic. Next slide is talking about what we are doing on the collection because there is no use if we have a good packaging that can be recycled, but no one doing it. So we also go to the community, do the education, go to school, elementary school, go to pesantren, and also have a national-wide campaign on generasi pilah plastic, which we encourage people to start segregate their waste from home. And then also how to manage the organic waste. The next one is we also improve the collection points itself. So we're talking about how we can improve the waste banks or the TPS3R and also facilitate our consumers to access that collection point. So we work 2 years ago, we worked with Google My Business to help map the collection points in so it is easier for the consumer to reach the collection points. And this is our next. Yeah, this is our program so far. Still mostly in Java, and then also some part of Sumatra, Kalimantan, and also South Sulawesi. And we are now going to also Maluku. Hopefully, we can also go more to the east. And then what happened? What happened with all the plastic collected? So there are 3 routes that can happen to do the plastic collected. It's either processed to become another packaging, or it is upcycled or downcycled, or it is changed into an energy to the energy. For packaging to packaging, this is next, yeah. Packaging to packaging, this is the example what we are doing. So for example, the rinso, we collect again and we shred it and clean it and then process it in East Java. So it become the recycled PE that can be used again to the packaging. So this is our dream. And then there's also some example in our Bango product, RPET, and also for our bottle for cleaner Fixal is using a recycled HDPE rigid. The next one is for the upcycling and downcycling. Of course, this is already been done some in the community upcycling, but this is only like for more on the bringing the awareness because in reality, the impact of the waste that is absorbed through this channel is really small, but it is a very good education stream. And the other one is downcycling. Downcycling is this is actually what majority of the packaging recycling in Indonesia goes to this stream, yeah, downcycling. Okay, and the last but not least is the waste to energy. We work with institution that already been not certified, already been approved by the Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Coordinating Ministry of Marine Affairs and also Ministry of Public Works. It's environmentally sound in Cilacap and in DKI Jakarta. So we work with Solusi Bangun Indonesia on the RDF, how to improve the management of difficult to recycle plastic into this stream. This is our temporary, this is our intermediate solution. We know that this is not ideal. The ideal would be the packaging to packaging, but we just want to make sure that this is really already met the environmental standard. I think that's all. Oh, this is also our latest program, the refill or like selling our product in bulk store. This is still really in the development stage because it's not easy to get the the approval from the BPOM or Indonesian FDA on this, but we already started into 2020, only one, and then it's growing. Now in 2022, we have 100 outlets on this, and hopefully in 2023, they're going to be another 100, so 200 outlets. So I think basically that's all my presentation. Hope to give you some illustration. It's what the industry is doing, especially from Unilever on the sustainability space. Thank you.
Thank you to PT Unilever Indonesia. Now let's welcome PT Coca-Cola Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam rahayu, salam Nusantara, dan semangat pagi. Good morning everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia to share about our journey in Indonesia, particularly in taking action in the circular economy. Next. This is just the data, but from this data, actually, you can see that most of the waste coming from the household, this is also proof that the waste segregation culture has not been applied in our society, particularly in Indonesia. And the next slide actually also seen that only 77% that been managed by the municipality because of one, the culture of people. The second one actually about the infrastructure, the readiness of infrastructure of the waste management in Indonesia. I'm sure all of us actually part of this problem. But the question is, are we going to move or we want to stay in these current issues? As I said before, actually, this problem keep reoccurring because nobody wants to take a part on this one. Everybody only talking, but no action. And awareness from the public actually always just keep in the book, keep in the media. And we always blame anyone, including the private sectors, the community, the government, and etc. So today, I want to bring you, go through all the journey that we have done in Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia, together with all the stakeholders. But before that, I want all of you actually try to think about it. Wherever we find any challenges, any issues, believe that there is an opportunity to stay in our environment. And we believe on that one. We believe at least 3 factors stay in the waste management as our opportunities. Number 1, we have to prove that our founding fathers actually left us with the basic principle of Pancasila and Gotong Royong. And this is also the key of the waste management in Indonesia. The second one, we have not to regret about the importance of our key opinion leaders who actually will make a change, who actually will wash the brain of everybody in Indonesia, like the religious leaders, the community leaders, or the NGOs leaders. And the third one, how we can think about waste is the source of the money. So these 3 opportunities, sometimes we forgot about it. And we always think that waste is a problem. but we never want to switch the thinking of waste become the opportunities. So after 6 years, I'm involved in the waste management, and I try to create what I believe that can help Indonesian society to move away from the bad or lack waste management to the very good waste management. Next slide, please. Everybody know about linear concept, circular economic concept, but what make it happen? So I believe in CCEP Indonesia particularly, we believe that non-helix approach will be the key of solving this problem. Because in the non-helix approach, every single sectors have their own rules. Not only the government, not only the private sectors, not only the community, or not only the NGOs. Every single sectors have their own rules. The government actually will provide the policies, will provide the infrastructure, will provide the incentive or any kind of policies that can support the waste management. The private sector, they can invest in the technology. They can invest in the public education. They can invest in any building relation or, including networking with the academia and media. The media also is a key important things in the non-helix because they are the hands, the mouth of telling the true stories about waste management. Selling the stories about how can we elaborate together in solving the problem. The community, the neighborhood that we stay in this current environment also is the key factors that can leading the changes of our behavior. And the academia, all of you, please stand up. Take your roles. Lead the change. Not only by talking, but doing something. You can invest in any research and development. You can take a collaboration with the private sectors. You can change the mindset of people, of the young generation and the old generation. Don't forget, the old generation also is the source of the problem, including myself. That's the truth. And the local key opinion leaders. Sometimes we forgot, but when they say about the religions, I'm a Muslim and I believe actually there is a poem in Indonesia that kebersihan adalah pangkal dari kesehatan. Kebersihan is part of the iman. But we forgot. We only say about it, but we never apply in our life. And the rest actually is a financial institution. Everybody talk about ESG, but they don't know and they don't understand actually what is the meaning of ESG. ESG is about investment in green. Okay, what's next? So how we can build this kind of dot to approach the good waste management. So that's why, again, I introduced non-helix approach since 2 years ago to the Society of the Waste Management. And I push them, let's together, do something for this nation, do something for this world. Next, I want to give you an example for what we have done so far in Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia. So it's not about only waste management, but we do our part. As I mentioned to you, that one of the key pillars actually is private sector. So in Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia, we have do a lot to reduce our plastic waste, to reduce our production waste. In plastic itself, we have done innovation. So if you see, tolong, you are lucky because we serve you Coca-Cola Zero in the cooler. This is the first Coca-Cola Zero in the recycled PET that we produced last week. You don't know about it, but this is the first Coca-Cola Zero. So if you want, don't drink it, bring to your home, put in your cupboard, because this is a memento that we have done so far last week. Everybody asked me why we changed the color of the Sprite bottle from green to transparent, because of the value of the bottle. If we still keep the green bottle, the circularity rate of the green bottle actually will be reduced. And we can't do close the loop bottle to bottle. It's going to be downcycling. But if we change to transparent bottle, it's going to be 100% recyclability. That's why we change. The second one, if you know Ades brand, Ades is the lightest plastic packaging bottle in the world, because we do a lot of innovation to reduce the plastic content in Ades. And also our Imut bottle with the Coca-Cola 250, we put a glass lining to reduce the plastic content in this bottle. In addition to that, also we do investment and collection. Last week, we just inaugurate one of our factory in the recycling that implement 100% end-to-end value chain with that apply the human rights principle in collection. Means that we collect all the bottles, not only production by Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia, but all PET bottle we collect. And then we produce again to be the bottle, like this bottle. This is produced by Amandina Bumi Nusantara. In the value chain of collection, we also make a big changes. So we value the informal sector that working in waste collection environment. We support them with the health facilities, and now also with education for their children. Just recently, yesterday, I met also the governor of DKI Jakarta on how we improve the livelihood of the informal sector and try to give them more social life. And lucky we have the pejabat governor of DKI that really big heart to make a change together with us. And this is very important for us. If we can help the waste management end to end, start from ourselves, we can help the informal sector that working in collecting our bottle to bottle. This is one of the example that we have made in Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia by applying close the loop circular economy bottle to bottle. There are two beneficiaries. One is we reduce the carbon emission. The second one, maybe many of people actually do not realize about it. We reduce the usage of fossil fuel. Because if we use the virgin plastic, then we still consume the fossil fuel. But if we use the recycled plastic, we can reduce the consumption of the fossil fuel and also saving our environment. So I'm proud to say that we are working hard to save, not to save actually, but together with everybody, try to protect our work by applying circular economy, close the loop, bottle to bottle. Next, Nasya. Let me share two business case that maybe also can be used as a role model for all of you. One is the project in Seminyak, Bali, TPS 3R Seminyak. We have started the project, what we call Bali Beach Cleanup, since 2007 by cleaning every single day of 5 beaches in Bali, including Seminyak. But cleaning is not enough. When I went there in 2016, I saw there is no changes on the mindset and also the behavior. So I started talking with the Kepala Adat of Seminyak. How can we change? He said that it's okay. We already collect the waste from house to house, from the hotels to hotels, restaurant to restaurants. But there is no segregation. And all become a residue. We can't do anything and the waste will not have any values. And I talked to them. Can we work together to at least have a one role model in Badung areas by changing the mindset, changing the behavior of our communities, our people that stay in Seminyak? He said, Ibu, is very difficult. Please don't dream about it. And I asked him about the revenue. He said about 3 million troops. Okay, I said that, okay, now 3 million troops. How about if we change to 300 million troops? He said, oh no, impossible. How if we change impossible become possible? Impossible, Ibu. And he left. So I try to find the key opinion leaders in this community. Finally, I found someone that really have a passion. And I said to him, let's work together. Start from talking with the young people. So we started talking with the young people. We involved the bapak-bapak. However, for a few months that we did, it's not work. And the Kepala Banjar said that, see, it's not work. I said to him that I'm not going to stop. We have to start it from ibu-ibu. So we moved to ibu-ibu. And I'm going to connect you with the financial institution. So we call a financial institution working together with us. And now we start doing something. You can imagine what's going on. From 3 million rupees per month, now become, everybody know about it, the numbers? Who? 4.3 billion from 3 million to 4.3 billion. The money that they use now, they use for development of Seminyak Banjar. They they put CCTV, they build the kantor desa and etc. So I think that's one of the example, the gotong royong, the Nona Helix approach. The second story is about Metro Lampung. This is a new project that we launched last year. And this project is not only one desa or one banjar or one village. This is a city of Metro Lampung. When we started this one, a lot of questions also we received. Impossible. So I challenged my team. Possible become impossible. We met the major and Ibu Major, who are the doctor, and we start talking about kesehatan is iman. Kebersihan is iman. Got their commitment. So he invite all the village leaders, is about 22 leaders, 22 villages. And part of our commitment, we invite also another stakeholders, including the national government, the media, the NGO, and financial institution. So we work together with BNI. This is part of belief in gotong royong, belief in Pancasila, belief in Nona Helix approach. So we already have these opportunities. So we have to use this part of the opportunities. And in this project, we invite the local universities, the academia, who help us in digitalization, teaching the community, teaching the local government officers, and also the local NGOs. I'm inviting everybody. Let's do together. If you have any project, if you want to have if you have any opportunities, let's talk to us. We are not a superhero, but all of you are the superheroes to make it happen. So Prasetiya Mulya is one of the leading universities in Indonesia. And I believe all of you actually are the hidden heroes that will work to solve the problem in waste management. So thank you very much and let's collaborate. Thank you.
Really great presentations. Thank you to Ibu Maya Tamimi as Head of Sustainability of PT Unilever Indonesia and Ibu Lucia Karina, VP Public Affairs, Communications and Sustainability of Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and PNG. And now we have come to the Q&A session. For those who wish to participate and give out questions, kindly raise your hand. And also, since we only have very limited time, we'll appoint one question through Zoom and one offline here. We got a question.
Thank you. My name is Bobby. I'm from Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, previously LIPI. And I'm highly appreciate for two presenter for your presentation. I have actually two questions for the presenters. First, I wonder how long it takes for the packaging products for both Unilever products or Coca-Cola to be degradable. How long it takes? How long? I mean, like how many years to degrade, naturally degradable by nature, how long? And I went to like research center of Unilever in the UK in Warrington, and I see over there how the innovation has been developed to generate innovation, like the product, and how Unilever in UK tried to more environmental friendly. And how about Indonesia policy, Unilever Indonesia policy? How is it like globally same, or it has a particular policy for every region? And also for the Unilever, is there any shifting policy transformation, particularly for the environment, from Australia uh, for management by Australia, and then go to the European partners for the Coca-Cola? Is there any shifting policy? Because as far as I know, in Germany, for the mineral water, we rent for the bottle. We need to return, and then they will give it back for, by in coins for the bottles of the water, mineral water that we have been consumed. Do you think that it's applicable for, like in Indonesia, like the Germany, like in the German government policy to support the recycle, reuse, and so on? How about Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Pak, for the questions. So first about the degradability. Of course, for Unilever product, it's all uh, plastic. Our plastic, we don't use biodegradable plastic. So why? Because it has to contain our product, which if it is biodegradable, then we are afraid it won't last long. Yeah, it won't last long. So all plastic, not talking about biodegradable, but our plastic recyclable. That's what we aim at the moment for our plastic is recyclable. But we also explore how we can move from as far as we can for a certain product, we move from the plastic to paper. We know that originally plastic was created really to because at that time paper has a problem, but then so people move to plastic. But now we also try to considering to move some of our product to also to paper. For example, our like ice cream tub, we are now using usually it's plastic, but now we are moving to paper base. And then also for our soap bar, it has thick plastic. Now we are thinning the plastic and then move or just using the paper. That's one thing. So no biodegradable. But for the one that we use to contain tea, it is biodegradable because it's similar condition with the content itself. Yeah, so that's the first question. The second, our innovation is really some come from the center, other come from the country. So our R&D is really working borderless, Pak. So even though they are based in Indonesia, sometimes our work is used in other country like in India or in the US, in the UK itself, vice versa. Some of our innovation here in Indonesia was actually initiated in German and so on. So we are really work interconnected also, not only within Unilever, but also within other organization like research institution also in other country. For example, the technology that I mentioned that able to recycle multi-layer plastic, it's the technology is Creasolve. It is still a small scale in Surabaya, in East Java. We are now working try to find an investor for that to help grow it. It is a technology that is developed by Fraunhofer IVV in German, and the technology itself is succeed in lab scale. And then we bring the technology to Indonesia and make it in the industrial scale. Now now it's already succeed what we have in East Java. Now they bring it again to Germany, and now it's they already implement there with. So that's how we are doing, Pak. So I should say that our R&D team is borderless. Also our sustainability team. But the policy from Unilever itself, usually we have the big ground rules, yeah, what we want to do to plastic. For example, we are aiming for recyclability. So every country has to apply that. But then how are you going to approach it is everyone can share, everyone can initiate. So if there's already innovation, for example, like in India, why we have to reinvent the wheel? Why don't we just copy and bring it here? Other innovation come from Indonesia and it's been adopted in other countries. So that's what happened. I think that's all the question for me. Like, Bu Karina.
Thank you for the question. This is actually interesting. All plastic actually is degradable, but we have to, I think, I'm going to ask you back when the plastic actually was invented. This is to answer the issues on the packaging that have food grade, food safe, and lighter. Okay, so this is a challenges for the scientists actually. How can we replace plastic? So I invited all the academians here, including BRIN, to give us a solution to replace the plastic. And it's not easy. Last year, I had the opportunity to talk to someone from Germany, and he's actually have a research to change the nanoplastic become a diamond. So I'm starting asking my question, if we have a lot of plastic waste, particularly PET, because he made the PET to diamond, why we can do in Indonesia? This is one of the solutions. So everybody will collect all the plastic because they want to change to be a diamond, right? A source of money. The plastic is not have any mistake. People, us, make the mistake because we never segregate our waste since we consume. Another things also, not only plastic, because you are asking about the waste. If you go to the restaurant or if you go to the malls together with your family or with your friends, you can see a lot of food waste. That's also the problem. Residue that I mentioned during the waste management, actually, that also Maya mentioned waste to energy. This is because of the food waste, which is contributing more than 40% of our waste category. So again, how can we solve this problem together? Plastic doesn't have any mistake. He helped us a lot. Remember, during the pandemic COVID, plastic helped a lot. But people just threw away the plastic without make any segregation. That's why in Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners in Indonesia, all the employees been trained to segregate the waste. I talk to them, if you don't want to make for yourself, please make for the young generation. The world already have enough waste. We have to reduce the waste that we make for our children, or maybe for grandchildren, great children. That's my answer for the first question. The second question, is it any changes buying from Coca-Cola Amatil become Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific partners? No. The commitment on sustainability has not been changed. So we are still committed in 6 pillars that we have met. One, in energy, we aim to get net zero carbon in 2040. Also in water, we have a lot of project now that we run to reduce the water we use, or at least we will reuse all the water that we use and fulfill the food standards for the water. The third one, on the packaging, we do also have a lot of project that I already explained to all of you. The fourth is about supply chain. Our supply chain also been audited internationally. So we have what we call guiding principle in supplier, and we apply 100% human rights principle. And they have also to fulfill what we call EcoVadis requirement. Also in well-being, we have a lot of improvement to do also introducing sugar reduction in our products to help people still consume refreshed beverages, but we thought decreasing the the taste of the product. And also we have another pillar, society, for our employees. So we also aim to have 40% of female or women sitting in the management of our Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia. And I'm proud that during my acting time for 2 years in People and Culture Indonesia, I can show the growth of the female participation in our management. Also, we have a target to have more, I don't like to say disability, but disabled people that working for our companies. And the last but not the least, actually, how we commit to our community. I always talk to my team, philanthropies will not help Indonesia to grow, will not help our community become stronger in economics. But when we work together, we develop the community together, that become a stronger of Indonesia. So that's, we are still commit on our sustainability commitment, and I hope also that this will inspire everybody that, believe in sustainability action for Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for, sir, did that answer your question? Okay, unfortunately, our Q&A session has to stop right here. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you for the question and answers. And moving on, lunch sounds pretty nice. So we'll have our lunch now at the dining hall, and for VIPs in the VIP room at the second floor. Then a parallel track session will begin at the side rooms at Eka Cipta Wijaya building. And not to mention, we want to thank Coca-Cola for being our event sponsor. We'll have everyone back here in this auditorium at 3:45 p.m. for the event closing. All right, have a great lunch, everyone, and see you.
At CCEP, our success is built on great people, great brands, and great service. Done sustainably for a better shared future. We create value for our customers. We lead a growing category. And we delight the millions who enjoy our drinks. This is made possible by our great people. We have an open, diverse, and inclusive workplace where well-being and mental health is supported and safety is a priority. Great brands are at the heart of CCEP. We're growing our core portfolio and expanding into new categories. We're launching new products, and nearly 50% of the drinks we sell are low or no calorie. We're renowned for great service, winning and retaining customers. By executing across key moments and harnessing the power of digital, we're growing our online grocery and food aggregator sales, accelerating the next generation of e-commerce. And it's done sustainably. We're supporting communities and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're decreasing the packaging we use, as well as collecting and recycling what we do produce. There's still more to do, going further and faster to scale innovation. We need to take the right risks, embrace change, and build a digital, sustainable future. We're investing in key parts of our business, building stronger relationships with our partners, and continuing to grow revenue and profit. At CCEP, we make a difference, refreshing Europe, the Pacific, and Indonesia.
tolong dong, ada keliling semua di sini. Setiap ruangan.
Sumbernya.
Sama semuanya ini, tapi nanti masuk ke bathroom. Oh, usah, Zoom 5 susah. Zoom 5 mendingan nanti dikirim ke WA kalau dikirim ke WA kalau Zoom link.
Di ruangan berapa aja?
Buat
Oh, udah mulai. Got it.
personal
Oh.
survey or SUPAS, the initial population is August 2020 is estimated to reach 2,274,000,000 people. mostly those who have graduated from high school.
Okay, it's nice to have everyone back here. And right off, let's listen to a pre-recorded speech by Nina Mesiranta while you have your ice cream dessert.
Hello everyone and greetings from Finland. My name is Nina Mesiranta and I am a Senior Research Fellow at Tampere University at the Faculty of Management and Business. It's an honor for me to be giving this keynote today with the title Four Lenses to the Issue of Food Waste: Solutions, Stakeholders and Implications. But first, let me introduce myself. My scientific background is in business studies and especially in marketing and consumer research. Over the past few years, my research interests have been related to sustainability and circular economy. And my research areas have been the food waste reduction and also circular and sustainable fashion. I'm one of the founding members of a research group called Wastebusters, and together with my colleagues in the research group, we have been focusing on the issue of food waste and its reduction for the past 7 years or so in several research projects. As a result of one of those research projects, we co-edited a book titled Food Waste Management: Solving the Wicked Problem. Some parts of this book, so some chapters, are available also as open access. So please take a look if you are interested in the issue of food waste. One of the projects that our research group is involved with is a project titled Into Food. And this Into Food project is co-funded by the European Commission. And in the project, we develop capacities related to teaching and research for food waste management in Indonesia. And in the project, we have 5 Indonesian universities and 3 universities from Europe. This keynote will be based on a paper I have co-authored with my colleagues from the Wastebusters research group, Professor Elina Närvänen and Dr. Malla Mattila. This article was published last year in the journal called Journal of Public Policy and Marketing. It is available as fully open access on the journal's website. So if you want to know something more about the issue than what I will cover during this keynote, please take a look. According to the most recent estimates by the United Nations, almost 1 billion tons of food is wasted globally each year. The majority of this comes from households, followed by food services and retail. This comprises about 17% of all food produced. On top of that, about 13% is estimated to be lost before the food even enters the retail or consumption stage. Estimates for countries vary quite much, and for Indonesia, the United Nations Environmental Programme has estimated that the household food waste is about 77 kilograms per capita per year. On the global level, food loss and waste is one of the biggest greenhouse gas emission sources. So about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions is due to the fact of all the food waste being thrown away, and also result of the production of that food and what happens after it's wasted. And this is also an ethical issue. With all the food that we waste, we could actually feed around 2 billion people on Earth. So as a result, quite many policy actions have been taken globally to reduce this huge amount of food waste. So one of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 12.3, states that we should halve per capita global food waste by the year 2030. And so quite many policies have set targets for this food waste reduction. And obviously, it's very easy to agree on the fact that the amount of food waste should be reduced. But the big question is how it should be done and by whom. And these questions are under debate and under negotiation. And in this article that I'm presenting, the main idea is that by looking at different framings or lenses, we can focus on different aspects of the issue and how then this particular aspect determines the proposed solutions and also the stakeholders that are involved in that particular framing or lens. What do we then mean by the terms lenses or framings? The process of framing has been described as a way to give meanings to an issue. It's a dynamic meaning construction process. And when we do that, we focus our attention on some relevant aspects of an issue. And while we do that, we also leave something out. And that's the same thing, for example, when we take pictures with a camera lens. So we focus on some things, and as a result, we also need to frame something out of the picture, as you see on the slide. This meaning construction can happen both at the individual level, so in our heads and minds, but here in our paper we take the more interpersonal level. So we see how these lenses or framings are constructed at the societal level between different actors. In our paper, we present, as a result, we present 4 lenses or framings to the issue of food waste. As our research data, we have used public policy documents from Finland. But in the paper, we actually give quite many examples throughout the world. And just to show how our framework goes beyond Finland and even on the global level. So besides the examples in this keynote, you can find more examples in our paper. First, the lens called eco-efficiency. In this framing, the focus is on discussion related to climate change, which of course means the use of natural resources or the amounts of carbon dioxide emissions. But besides that, also in the focus is calculation. So food waste becomes a matter of calculation. So quantification of food waste and how much, for example, each actor in the food system and food supply chain produces food waste. Often it's said that what gets measured gets managed. So in this sense, if and when actors know how much food waste they produce, it's easier then to manage it as well. So as a result of this process, also one important thing is target setting that I was just earlier talking about in relation to the United Nations, but also individual actors like retailers or countries can set their own targets as well. The solutions in this framing relate especially to circular economy, where food waste is seen as a resource or raw material for production of other items. For example, for the production of biogas, bioethanol, animal feed, or fertilizer. And in this solution, of course, the waste part of food waste is highlighted. So it's not about food anymore, it's more about the waste that has already occurred. And during our Into Food project, I have noticed that in Indonesia, there are, I believe, quite many companies currently that are focusing on the insect-based bioconversion of food waste, where, for example, black soldier flies are used to convert food waste into animal feed. So that's one example of this circular economy solution to this eco-efficiency lens. However, the challenge here is that when there is more business and value created out of the waste, then the question is raised whether there's any incentive for actors to prevent the waste in the first place, because they can justify the waste by saying that we do this because with all the waste we can turn it into animal feed, or we can turn it into biogas, which is of course sustainable option as such, but it doesn't incentivize actors to prevent the waste in the first place when it happens. And in this framing, the key stakeholders are political actors who, for example, set the targets for the quantification of food waste. Also, the research institutes who do the research on the quantification. Within circular economy, of course, new startups who innovate new things for the utilization of food waste as a resource source, but also waste management companies. The second lens we label as solidarity. And especially in countries like the Nordic countries, like Finland, there's a very strong idea of the state taking care of citizens' well-being. We call it as a welfare state. And when we discuss food waste from this lens, food waste becomes a matter of care. So food waste becomes sort of a resource for caring for vulnerable and for the dependent others. And of course, this comes to the question of food security as well. In this lens, throwing food away is seen as unethical because of the reasons that there are some people who don't afford to have food in the first place. So throwing food away is seen as something that could be used to feed other people. And as a solution, there's what is called a sharing economy related solutions to food waste. So, for example, food donations and food sharing from those who have it, from like retailers, hotels, restaurants, to those who need it the most, like food banks or charity organizations, NGOs. Of course, also gifting your own leftovers to other people is one way of being in the sharing economy. And one solution, there's a picture also, the lower picture there on the slide. It's called cleaning from farms. And that's a solution where unharvested crops on farms are collected by volunteers to be given for those in need. And I believe in Indonesia, there are quite many initiatives on this as well. For example, there's one called Food Cycle Indonesia, who distribute surplus food from, for example, weddings or supermarkets or bakeries to the poor. The challenge here is what kind of infrastructure is needed to set up a continuous and efficient cooperation between these actors, so those who donate and those who receive the help. But also that the sort of competition between for-profit and non-profit actors' interests. So I believe also in other countries besides Finland, there are also startups working in the sharing economy. And for example, providing consumers the possibility to buy leftover food from restaurants. So instead of giving the leftover food for those in need, it's sold to consumers. So there's sort of a competition for the same resource. The key stakeholders in this are the food sharing NGOs, food banks, retailers, hotels, those who have the food, farmers at some cases also, but also policymakers who can adjust some regulation or offer tax reductions for those who donate the food. The third lens is called safety, and it's all about protecting citizens, people from food-related health hazards. And the discussion relates to food quality, the appropriate shelf life, and also risk management. How big risks are we willing to take in order to reduce our food waste? This comes also to food safety regulations and standards, often related also to date labeling for packaged food. Regarding date labeling, the research shows that there are quite often misinterpretations of these various labels by consumers. So they don't distinguish between, for example, best before or use by dates. And that's considered as one of the reasons why food waste emerges. Solutions then, one of them is deregulation or legislation in general. So it, especially in Finland, we have found out that regulation of food safety actually increases food waste, and that's why there should be some deregulation made in order to reduce the amount of food waste. So this legislation in some sense needs to find a balance between fighting food waste and protecting our health. Other solutions relate to date labeling standardization. In some countries, there are too many date labels and consumers are just too mixed about what's happening there. Then also there are technological packaging innovations which can take into account in which conditions the packaging has been. So actually the date labeling might be changing on the package. But these innovations still are very rare and they face some challenges because the food industry might not be willing to pay for these innovations because they cost, of course, extra. The challenges here is especially related to date labels as they sort of standardize the edibility to one date. And that's quite powerful message to the consumers. So this sort of excludes the consumer's own body and the know-how they have related to whether a food is edible or not. So, for example, smelling, looking at the food, whether there's any mold in it, or even tasting it, whether it tastes bad. So the date labeling, actually, it's not the only solution. We should also somehow make the consumers more aware of how to evaluate the edibility of food by themselves. In this, the key stakeholders are the food industry, of course, who assign the date labels to food, but also political actors regarding legislation, and finally consumers as well, of course, as they do the final decision as whether they throw the food away or not. The final and the fourth lens is called appreciation. In Finland, and I believe also in Indonesia, there are quite many cultural values or religious values that relate to not wasting food. So it's not a very good thing in a society to waste food. But here the point is quite vice versa, that it's seen that the food waste is actually happening because we have a lack of appreciation for food. That might be because we have too low food prices, or because we have, as consumers, we have alienated ourselves from the food production. The reasons for this are, for example, the urbanization. We have moved to cities, also Western-style supermarkets, shopping in there, not knowing the producer, not knowing where your food comes from, not knowing the farmer who grew your food. So in the modern society, there are many reasons why we don't appreciate food as we perhaps used to. And educational aspect is important here. So learning more about food, learning more about food waste, and also how to deal with food. So a lot of discussion revolves around education here. And of course, related to education, the solutions here are related to that as well. So solutions are something like campaigns related to food waste, whether that's by governments, whether that's by NGOs, or any grassroots campaigns on social media. But also the thing that is highlighted here is children, that children are our future. And in child rearing at homes, schools, or kindergartens, we should focus on the fact that children should appreciate food more. However, in this, the challenge is often with campaigns is that just by providing more information to consumers is not enough. So I think quite many of us know that food waste is a problem, but even though we know that, we don't do anything about the issue, or we don't do as much as we could about the issue. So it needs support from other things than just providing information. And in this appreciation lens, the key stakeholders are, of course, the consumers, who should appreciate the food more, but perhaps also people in other professions. So we are not only people as consumers, but we can be people as professional people. So we might be cooks or hotel workers, so that in our professions also we could appreciate food perhaps more. Also communication agencies, those who design the campaigns, and also policymakers and NGOs, who are often also initiating these campaigns. Okay, then to final conclusions. You might have noticed by now that different stakeholders have differing interests in solving sustainability issues like food waste. And these lenses or solutions to the problem might compete. Whereas because of that, there's perhaps no large-scale change within the food system, because there are competing solutions who compete for the same resource. For example, food waste when it comes to the circular economy, whether we used it for biogas production or for bioconversion through black soldier flies. But actually, the issue of food waste competes with other sustainability issues as well. For example, in media, on policymakers' desks, it might compete for attention with, for example, the reduction of plastic waste. So actually, it's not only that the solutions for food waste reduction compete with each other, but they compete with other issues as well in the public debate. Often in sustainability issues, it's a saying that everyone needs to take their part in solving the issue, which is, of course, something to strive for. But the big question is, who is ready to make radical changes? And because quite many are ready to make small changes, but is there someone who is ready to make radical changes, and who it will be? And also related to this is the collaboration. So how to encourage collaboration between stakeholders at local, regional, or national level. And finally, I will give you some food for thought through further questions. So after hearing this keynote, you could think about how the Indonesian society currently deals with the issue of food waste. Are there some lenses which dominate the discussion or debates? which lenses are less visible, and which are the benefits and risks of perhaps having one or few dominant lenses. And to end with a more positive note, there's always room to expand horizons. So how can one, for example, you or the Indonesian society or some stakeholders for this issue, how can one benefit from another viewpoint? Take the viewpoint that is not the usual one, that is the usual one you take. Okay, I think I've used my time, so I think it's time to say thank you so much for listening. I hope I have provided you with some inspiration towards the issue of food waste. Bye-bye and have a great day.
Thank you. Last but not least, let's give a warm welcome to Professor Jisman Simanjuntak as Rector of Universitas Prasetiya Mulya to present us with a closing speech.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Let's welcome Professor Jisman Simanjuntak on stage.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. My deep apology for missing the earlier parts of the program. I needed to be present at one meeting somewhere at CSIS Tanah Abang. Innoscape is a core part of Prasetiya Mulya's collaborative learning by enterprising. We at Prasetiya Mulya, we dream of Indonesia transforming itself into a STEM-driven society and economy. STEM-driven society and economy. Indeed, our government has embarked upon a major transformative initiatives on forward linkages of natural resources. We call it downstreaming, including into the downstream industries of nickel, of copper, of germanium, and other natural resources. entry into the backbone industries of the future, such as the supply chain of semiconductor. Semiconductor, I repeat, semiconductor, solar panel, and nuclear energy. Nuclear energy as a necessary facility if one is entering hydrogen fuel are all being considered by our government. And as far as the policy direction is concerned, I think the government is on the right track. I said the policy direction. We Indonesia don't want to be forever trapped in extractive industries and low-paying, labor-intensive industries. And the industries associated with extractive industries and labor-intensive industries. We don't want to be forever trapped in what is called Sisyphean growth. Sisyphean growth in the sense of growth falling again when it is about to reach a sustaining growth and speed. And I think this redirection to STEM-driven development, as our government currently pursues, is the only possible way to Indonesia Goal 45. Forget 45 if we are unable to switch to STEM-driven development. Goal 45 requires a STEM-driven development in the sense of STEM literate public, positive perception of science, a STEM literate workforce, a STEM literate entrepreneurial class, and a STEM-driven government and political parties. Forget it, policy, STEM-friendly policies is unlikely unless political parties understand what it means for a country to be on the path of STEM development. But let us not weep about the past. When East Asian countries overtook us one by one, when it comes to manufacturing, Vietnam is now ahead of us. I just dig into the data of manufacturing between 2010 and 2020. Vietnam overtook us. Not just overtook, by leap and bound. In our own way, we at Prasetiya Mulya have pledged to nurture among our students innovative entrepreneurship, including STEM entrepreneurship. We have seen students of Prasetiya Mulya giving birth to new businesses or navigating existing businesses to higher stages on the development ladder through a more creative management of collaborative learning by enterprising. STEM, business school, and law school working together through a more creative management of collaborative learning by enterprising. We expect a lot more of business to be seeded, grown, and upscaled by Universitas Prasetiya Mulya's students and alumni. In closing, I would like to extend my appreciation and deep gratitude to all role players in this 2023 Innoscape, in the firm belief that you all have benefited from the event. I look forward to seeing you again next year in 2024 Innoscape, of course, hoping that you will be coming in an elevated role. Once again, thank you very much, and I wish you good evening.
Thank you so much, Professor Jisman Simanjuntak. Once again, we want to thank Coca-Cola for sponsoring this event. And probably the moment we've all been waiting for, placed at the very last of this event, we'll be announcing candidates of the best presenter and poster. We want to welcome Pa Wisnu to come to the floor and give an award to our best presenter.
At CCEP, our success is built on great people,
Number
great
one,
brands,
managerial, green branding,
and
or
great
greenwashing.
service.
The approach of
Done
beverage, small and medium
sustainably for a
enterprises
better
towards green business
shared
model
future.
in Indonesia.
We
Daniel
create value
Hermawan,
for our
Johanna Reni
customers.
Octavia, and Janetta Angelica.
We lead a growing category. And we delight the millions who enjoy our drinks. This is made possible by our great people. We have an open, diverse, and inclusive workplace where well-being and mental health is supported and safety is a priority. Great brands are at the heart of CCEP. We're growing our core portfolio and expanding.
Number
into
two,
new
policy,
categories.
scalable to
We're launching new
IoT-based
products
energy
and
consumption
nearly
monitoring and
50% of the
optimization
drinks we
system for
sell
sustainable
are low
homes.
or no
Nicholas
calorie.
Cliff, Silmi Kafa,
We're
and
renowned
Erwin
for
Anggajaya.
great service, winning and retaining customers. By executing across key moments and harnessing the power of digital, we're growing our online grocery and food aggregator sales, accelerating the next generation of e-commerce.
Please come on stage if
And
your
it's
names are
done
called.
sustainably. We're supporting communities and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're decreasing the packaging we
Okay,
use.
let's move
as
on
well as
to
collecting
number 3,
and
academic.
recycling what we do
Ice cream
produce.
formulation with tempe milk and moringa leaf
There's
flour.
still
Es krim
more to
telur,
do.
Clarissa
Going
Christy
further
Harimas,
and faster
Francisca
to scale
Wijaya,
innovation.
Rika Tri Kumala
We
Dewi,
need to
and
take
Ihsan
the
Iswal.
right risks, embrace change, and build a digital, sustainable future. We're investing in key parts of our business, building stronger relationships with our partners, and continuing to grow revenue and profit. At CCEP, we make a difference, refreshing Europe, the Pacific, and Indonesia.
Number 4, policy, circular economy in Bekasi Regency Waste Bank Management. Concept and implementation, Samuel Purba. Congratulations. Number 5, managerial, designing a flat pack shoe rack with material efficiency and design for assembly principles.
At CCEP,
Normalia,
our success
M.
is
Aziz
built on
Muslim, and Dientia
great
Andani.
people, great brands, and great service. Done sustainably for a better shared future. We create value for our customers. We lead a growing category. And we delight the millions who enjoy our drinks. This is made possible by our great
Thank
people.
you. Number
We have an
6,
open,
academic,
diverse,
local solutions
and
to global
inclusive
sustainability
workplace,
challenges,
where well-being
sustainable
and
business
mental
model
health
of
is
farmer
supported,
cooperative in
and
Kerinci,
safety
Indonesia.
is a
Risa
priority.
Binekawati and Suryono
Great
Suryono.
brands are at the heart of CCEP. We're growing our core portfolio and expanding into new categories. We're launching new products, and nearly 50% of the drinks we sell are low or no calorie. We're renowned for great service, winning and retaining customers. By executing across key moments and harnessing the power of digital, we're growing our online
Thank you, Pa
grocery
Wisnu.
and food aggregator sales.
Next, for the best poster,
Accelerating the
we want to
next
welcome Pa
generation
Agus
of
to give an award to
e-commerce.
our best poster.
And it's done sustainably. We're supporting communities and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're decreasing
Best
the
visual
packaging we
poster,
use, as
class
well as
bubble wrap,
collecting
bubble
and
wrap from
recycling
Orange
what
Peel,
we do
Angelina
produce.
Love Valentine, Niluh Putu Ananda
There's
Gayatri,
still more to
Aprio
do,
Adam
going
Triansyah,
further
Joan
and
Sutanto,
faster to
Kadek
scale
Wika Arinata,
innovation.
and Hafiz Islam
We
Shah.
need to take the right risks, embrace change, and build a digital, sustainable future. We're investing in key parts of our business, building stronger relationships with our partners, and continuing to grow revenue and profit. At CCEP,
Thank you.
we make a difference.
Best content,
Refreshing
application of
Europe, the
recycled plastic
Pacific,
and craft
and
condominium
Indonesia.
design, Paulina. Best communication, rangkaian superkapasitor sederhana, Geraldino Yakoputra and Lukas Japri. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. And thank you, Pa Agus. Now we invite Dr. Frankie Supriyadi to give a token of appreciation to the moderator. For the moderator, please come on floor. Okay, thank you. We've come this far and finally reached the end of today's event. I believe today has been exciting. Thank you to everyone for being here and see you at Innoscape 2024. Okay, we'll have our last photo session together.